Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient pendulum in the North Tower stopped mid-swing, trembled as if caught by an invisible hand, and began to move counterclockwise. Throughout Hogwarts, timepieces rebelled against their nature. Hourglasses reversed their flow, sundials cast shadows in impossible directions, and the enchanted astronomical clock in the library began to chart stars that had burned out centuries ago. In the corridors, painted figures abandoned their frames, crowding together in urgent whispers that echoed through the stone passages. The undoer approaches. She who unmakes comes to claim her birthright. Deep in the herbology greenhouses, unaware of the temporal anomalies rippling through the castle, Morgana Winters coaxed a stubborn, venomous tentacula into its new pot. Soil dusted her Hufflepuff robes as afternoon sunlight filtered through the glass panes, casting emerald shadows across her face. Unlike her classmates who treated the dangerous plant with trepidation, Morgana hummed softly, her fingers dancing just beyond reach of the venomous vines that seemed to sway in harmony with her melody. "Extraordinary affinity," Professor Sprout had once remarked. "Is a plants recognize something ancient in you, Miss Winters? More ancient than anyone could imagine." The first incident happened as Morgana was leaving the greenhouse that evening. A second year had been practicing advanced transfiguration spells unsupervised, and a simple teacup to tortoise spell had gone terribly wrong. The resulting creature, half porcelain, half reptile, thrashed in agony, its fused body cracking with each movement. Drawn by the child's panicked cries, Morgana knelt beside the aberration. When her fingers brushed its shell, golden light spiraled from her fingertips. The magic unraveled like a tapestry coming undone, threads of the spell separating and dissolving until only a pristine teacup remained. "How did you—" The second year began, eyes wide with wonder, but Morgana had no answer. She fled, clutching her hands to her chest as though they belonged to someone else. Over the following weeks, more incidents followed. A jinxed corridor that trapped students in endless loops unraveled at her passing. Ancient wards guarding the restricted section dissolved when she reached for a book on medicinal herbs. Each time, the same golden light, the same sensation of magic coming apart at her touch. On the night of the winter solstice, as the longest shadows stretched across the castle grounds, Morgana woke to the sound of her dormitory door creaking open. Silver masks gleamed in the darkness, faceless figures who moved with predatory precision. Her roommates slumbered unnaturally deep, enchanted into oblivion as the intruders approached her bed. "The undoer," whispered one, voice muffled behind polished silver. "Take her quietly." Fear crystallized into resolve. As gloved hands reached for her, Morgana touched the nearest figure's robes. Golden light flared brighter than before, and the complex disillusionment charms concealing the intruder's identity unwound in an instant. Beneath the mask was no stranger but Professor Hemlock, the recently appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Chaos erupted. Spells ricocheted off stone walls. Morgana ducked and weaved, her newfound power sparking defensively with each near miss. A stunning spell grazed her shoulder, sending her stumbling into the corridor where she collided with a tall figure emerging from the shadows. "This way!" commanded Professor Arcturus Grey, his midnight robes billowing as he pulled her into a concealed passage. The astronomy professor's eyes reflected starlight that shouldn't have been visible in the windowless corridor. There's no time to explain. They've waited centuries for this night. Through hidden passages they fled, emerging finally into the astronomy tower where the winter sky blazed with unusual constellations. Who were they? Why did Professor Hemlock— "The Argentum Order," Grey interrupted, scanning the heavens with practiced urgency. "Guardians of separation. They've protected the divide between worlds since Merlin's time." His piercing gaze settled on her. "Since your ancestors' time." The revelation struck Morgana like a physical blow. "Merlin? That's impossible. I'm Muggle-born." Grey's laugh was hollow. "Is that what your adoptive parents told you? Your blood is the oldest magic in Britain. The Order has hunted your bloodline for generations, eliminating each potential heir before they could manifest the unmaking." From inside his robes, Grey withdrew a battered journal bound in leather, so ancient it had petrified to stone. "Your mother entrusted this to me before they found her. Read it, understand, then find the orb before they do." Before Morgana could respond, the tower door burst open. Silver masks gleamed as Professor Hemlock led the charge, accompanied by figures Morgana recognized with horror as ministry officials. "Arcturus Grey," Hemlock announced, "you are charged with high treason against magical secrecy. Surrender the girl." What happened next unfolded in heartbeats. Grey thrust the journal into Morgana's hands, then cast a spell of blinding intensity. The floor beneath her vanished, replaced by a swirling portal that pulled her inexorably downward. The last thing she saw was Grey's defiant stance as spells converged on his position. Morgana landed hard on cold marble, the journal clutched to her chest. She had materialized in a deserted corridor, lined with black stone and flickering torches that cast no heat. The Ministry of Magic after hours. Grey's emergency evacuation had sent her to the heart of the government that now hunted her. "Don't move!" came a voice from the shadows. A tall young man emerged, wand extended cautiously. The green trim of his robes marked him as Slytherin, his aristocratic features unmistakably reminiscent of the Lestrange family, whose dark reputation was legendary. "You're her, aren't you?" "The Undoer!" Morgana raised her hand defensively, golden light already gathering at her fingertips. To her surprise, the young man lowered his wand and knelt. "Corvus Lestrange, at your service. Professor Grey sent word you might arrive. We haven't much time." "Why would you help me?" Suspicion edged her voice. "Your family has chosen the wrong side of history for generations," Corvus finished, offering his hand. "Some traditions deserve to be broken." Together they descended deeper into the Ministry's labyrinthine depths, past levels Morgana had never heard mentioned. Below the Department of Mysteries, beyond the Hall of Prophecies, they came to an ancient door marked with symbols older than Latin. "The Chambers of Memory," Corvus explained, producing a key fashioned from what appeared to be solidified quicksilver. "Undie, where history is not just recorded, but preserved in its purest form." Inside, crystalline basins lined the walls, each containing swirling memories that emitted their own light. Unlike pensives, these did not require immersion. The memories projected themselves into the chamber like living murals. "The true history of Merlin," Corvus said, approaching a basin in the farthest corner. Unaltered by those who feared his vision, the memory bloomed around them, A tall figure stood upon a hillside, staff raised against a stormy sky. Merlin, younger than legends depicted him, desperation etched on his face as he worked a spell of impossible complexity. The image shifted to reveal what he fought against, not dragons or dark wizards, but a growing divide. On one side stood magical folk, fear and pride hardening their expressions. On the other, ordinary humans clutching torches and crude weapons, faces twisted with terror. He didn't create the separation, Morgana whispered in dawning understanding. He tried to prevent it. The memory continued, showing Merlin crafting an artifact of swirling light and darkness, the orb of dissolution, designed not to destroy but to heal the rift between worlds. But before his work could be completed, robed figures with familiar silver masks struck from behind. The orb was taken, Merlin mortally wounded. With his dying breath, the great wizard bound the orb to his bloodline. Ooh, when division reaches its zenith, his voice echoed through time. When separation threatens to become eternal, my heir will arise with the power to unmake what should never have been made. The memory faded, leaving Morgana and Corvus in the dim chamber. The Argentum Order altered every historical record, Corvus explained. They convinced our world that separation was Merlin's intent, that he created the barriers between magical and non-magical realms for our protection. Morgana opened the stone journal with trembling hands. Inside, written in ink that still gleamed wet after centuries, was a map. The orb wasn't destroyed, she realized. They hid it where no one would look. Beneath Hogwarts itself, Corvus confirmed. In a chamber that predates even the founders. The journal began to glow with the same golden light that emanated from Morgana's touch. Pages turned by themselves, revealing incantations and instructions written in Merlin's own hand. A distant alarm sounded. "They've discovered us," Corvus warned, drawing his wand. "Whatever you decide, it must be now." Morgana stared at the journal, the weight of centuries pressing upon her shoulders. The orb could heal the divide, fulfilling Merlin's vision of harmony, but it would fundamentally transform the wizarding world, exposing what had remained hidden for a millennium. The chaos would be immeasurable, the resistance violent. "Your ancestor didn't seek to rule both worlds," Corvus said softly, "but to prevent the fear that divides them. The question is, are we ready for his wisdom after all this time?" Silver-masked figures appeared at the chamber entrance. Time had run out. Morgana closed the journal, decision crystallizing within her heart. Golden light enveloped her completely now, no longer just sparking from her fingertips, but emanating from her entire being. The unmaking had begun, not of spells or enchantments, but of the greatest illusion of all, that separation was the natural order. "I am Morgana Winters," she declared, voice resonating with newfound purpose, "heir of Merlin, the undoer, and I have chosen." As she stepped forward to meet her destiny, the walls of the ancient chamber trembled, not in resistance but in recognition. After centuries of waiting, magic's true purpose would finally be revealed, and two worlds long divided would learn to see each other anew through eyes unclouded by fear. For what Morgana had realized in that moment of clarity was the most profound truth of all. Magic was never meant to separate, but to wonder, to heal, and ultimately to unite. Story 2. The stars fell like silver tears upon Hogwarts that night, streaking across the velvet canvas of the sky in a celestial symphony that had not been witnessed in 1,000 years. The ancient stones of the castle hummed with a resonance that awakened even the deepest sleepers, drawing students and professors alike to tower windows and parapets. Among them stood Orion Nightshade, his slender fingers gripping the cold stone of the astronomy tower as he gazed upward, unaware that his fate was being rewritten in the heavens above. "They're calling to us," whispered a voice beside him. Lyra Malfoy, her platinum hair gleaming like spun moonlight, stood with her face upturned, eyes reflecting the falling stars. The Slytherin emblem on her robes caught the ethereal light, the serpent seeming to writhe with newfound life. Orion might have responded, but the words died in his throat as a meteor blazed directly overhead, shattering into 7 fragments that descended upon the castle grounds. The pieces did not crash with destruction, but melted into silvery mist that swept through stone walls, as though they were nothing more than illusion. When the celestial vapor touched his skin, Orion gasped as ice and fire raced through his veins simultaneously. The world around him transformed. His fellow students remained, but now each was surrounded by a ghostly aura, some brilliant and pulsing with vitality, others flickering like candles in a draught. But it was Professor Kettleburn's aura that made Orion's blood freeze. A thin, grey shroud that seemed to be unraveling at the edges, with tendrils of darkness creeping inward. "The Professor," Orion murmured, the words escaping unbidden. "He's going to die." Lyra's eyes widened, but before she could respond, a tremor shook the tower. Across the grounds, 5 other students were experiencing their own transformations. Cassiopeia Jordan of Gryffindor found herself able to conjure and command flame without a wand. Perseus Black, the quiet Hufflepuff, discovered he could step between shadows as though they were doorways. Twin Ravenclaws Castor and Pollux Weasley suddenly shared not just appearances, but thoughts. And Andromeda Lovegood of Gryffindor began to levitate, gravity's bonds suddenly optional. The 7 would not understand what had happened until the following evening, when Professor Celine gathered them in the Chamber of Constellations, a room none had known existed within Hogwarts' labyrinthine depths. The circular chamber's ceiling was enchanted like the great halls, but instead of merely reflecting the sky, it seemed to magnify it, bringing the constellations close enough to touch. "And you have been chosen," Professor Celine explained, her voice soft yet resonant as she paced the perimeter of the star map inlaid in the floor. Her midnight blue robes swept behind her, embroidered with silver runes that shifted position when one looked away. Once every millennium, the 7 guardians of the celestial gates are called to prevent a cataclysm. The professor's wand traced patterns in the air, conjuring images of 7 constellations that corresponded to each student. "The Watcher," she said, indicating Orion, the Memory Keeper to Lyra, the Flame Bearer for Cassiopeia, the Shadow Walker to Perseus, the Twins of Thought for Castor and Pollux, and the Unbound for Andromeda. 1,000 years ago, Morgana Le Fay sealed the barriers between our world and Astoria, the realm of celestial beings who once walked freely among wizards and taught us magic. Not all these beings were benevolent. Professor Celine continued, her fingers dancing through the projection to reveal a writhing darkness that devoured light. The Star Devourer was imprisoned there, but the barriers weaken with the millennial alignment. Even now, its servants seek a way to free their master. Orion felt cold realization wash over him. "The death I saw around Professor Kettleburn, it wasn't natural, was it?" Celine's silver eyes fixed upon him. "No. The harbingers of the Devourer, the Void Wraiths, have already begun to slip through. They feed on life force, preparing the way for their master." In the days that followed, the 7 students trained under Celine's guidance, learning to harness their newfound abilities. Lyra proved the most adept, her power to extract and manipulate memories, enabling her to learn ancient spells that would have taken others years to master. Orion found himself drawn to her brilliance, even as he remained wary of her ambition. Their first confrontation with a void wraith came sooner than expected. While researching in the restricted section, Orion's vision clouded with the now familiar grey shroud, this time surrounding the entire library. He called to the others through enchanted galleons Selene had provided. The creature that awaited them was a tear in reality, a floating rift of absolute darkness outlined in sickly purple light. Books withered as it passed, their knowledge and magic drained away. Perseus moved first, stepping into one shadow and emerging from another directly behind the entity, his wand raised in a trembling hand. "The binding spell!" Cassiopeia shouted, flames erupting from her fingertips to encircle the wraith. 7 wands rose in unison, but the creature lashed out with tendrils of nothingness that seared where they touched. Andromeda, floating above, narrowly avoided being ensnared. Castor and Pollux, thinking as one, directed a complex charm that momentarily trapped the wraith in a cage of light. It was Lyra who turned the tide, extracting the memory of binding magic from a portrait of a long-dead headmaster and wielding the knowledge with devastating precision. The wraith shrieked, a sound like the vacuum of space given voice, before collapsing into nothingness. "That was but a scout," Selene warned them afterward in the Chamber of Constellations. "The alignment approaches. We must prepare for the ritual of the Vow of Stars." The ingredients required for the ritual sent the 7 on perilous quests throughout the magical realm. Tears from a phoenix, freely given. Moonlight captured in the Black Lake during the darkest night of the year. A feather from the wing of a thestral. Essence of a memory so joyful it could produce a corporeal Patronus. Stone dust from the foundations of Hogwarts itself, shadow preserved from the Forbidden Forest's deepest hollow, and starlight caught in a crystal that had lain dormant in the earth for a millennium. Throughout their quests, Orion and Lyra grew closer, their powers complementing each other in unexpected ways. Her ability to extract and preserve memories helped him navigate the visions of death that plagued him, allowing him to see beyond the shroud to possible interventions. Together, they saved 3 students and a professor from the increasing void wraith incursions. But as they gathered the final component, starlight in the ancient crystal, Orion glimpsed something in Selene's memories that Lyra had unwittingly revealed. Their professor surrounded by stars, but not as a human witch. The silver in her eyes was not metaphorical. She was one of the Astorians, a celestial being who had remained behind when Morgana sealed the barrier. "The ritual," Orion confronted her as they prepared in the chamber. "It doesn't just strengthen the barrier, it creates a new one." Selene's expression remained impassive. "The old magic fades. A new barrier must be established, anchored by the 7 constellations you represent." "At what cost?" Lyra demanded, her grey eyes flashing. "You've spoken of sacrifice, but never specified what we must give up." "What each of you values most," Selene answered, her voice soft with regret. "The price of protection is always dear." The night of the alignment arrived, with a sky so crowded with stars, it seemed there was more light than darkness above. The 7 took their positions on the inlaid star map, each standing upon their corresponding constellation. Selene directed them to place their gathered components in the center, where they merged into a swirling nebula of magic. "Begin the incantation," Selene instructed, as the first tremors of the weakening barrier shuddered through the castle. 7 voices chanted in an ancient tongue, the words seeming to emerge from ancestral memory rather than conscious thought. The nebula rose, expanding to encircle them in a whirlwind of star stuff and shadow. As the ritual reached its crescendo, a rift tore open in the center of the chamber. a gaping wound in reality through which writhed countless tendrils of void. Behind them loomed something vast and ancient, a hunger that had waited a millennium to be sated. "The Devourer comes," Celine cried. "Complete the vow." Each guardian felt the pull then, the magic demanding its price. For Perseus, his cherished memories of the father he had lost. For Cassiopeia, her courage in the face of the unknown. For the twins, their unique mental bond. For Andromeda, her unwavering faith in wonder. For Lyra, it was her ambition, the driving force that had defined her existence. And for Orion, it would take his newfound love for the silver-eyed Slytherin across the circle. But as the magic reached for these treasured aspects, Orion saw beyond the shroud of death that now enveloped them all. There was another way, one that Selene either didn't know or hadn't revealed. "Not what we value most," he shouted above the maelstrom, reaching across the circle, "but what we'll fight most fiercely to protect." His hand clasped Lyra's, and understanding flashed between them. Memory and foresight combined in a cascade of power as they adjusted the incantation with a single, harmonized word. The others followed their lead, joining hands to complete the circle. Their unified magic surged not as sacrifice but as affirmation, driving back the tendrils of void. The Devourer roared in frustration as the rift began to close, sealed not by what they had lost, but by what they had found in one another. As the new barrier crystallized, the seven guardians collapsed, their powers temporarily depleted but intact. Selene stood among them, her celestial nature now plainly visible in her luminescent skin and star-flecked eyes. "You've altered the vow," she said with wonder. "In 1,000 years of watching, I never considered. Protection freely given is stronger than sacrifice coerced." Outside, the alignment reached its zenith. The constellations blazed with renewed purpose, their celestial fire forming an everlasting ward against the darkness between stars. And at Hogwarts, 7 students, no longer ordinary but not quite merely human, looked to the heavens with new understanding of the magic that bound all worlds together. Orion's hand remained clasped with Lyra's as they watched the stars wheel overhead, the shroud of death no longer visible around their future. Whatever came next, they would face it as guardians of a threshold newly made, keepers of a vow written not in sacrifice, but in stars. Story 3. In the ancient corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the stones themselves remembered secrets forgotten by mortal minds. As autumn winds swept crimson leaves across the vast grounds, the castle's magic stirred restlessly, like a slumbering dragon sensing danger. Within the grand infirmary, 4 students lay motionless upon pristine beds, their skin pale as moonlight, their magic ebbing like a tide pulled to distant shores. Headmistress Minerva McGonagall stood sentinel at the end of the ward, her emerald robes stark against the muted stones, watching as Madame Pomfrey cast yet another diagnostic spell that shimmered ineffectively over the still forms. "It's spreading, Minerva," Madame Pomfrey whispered, her wand trembling slightly. "Their magical cores are deteriorating." "I've never seen anything like it." The headmistress's gaze travelled from bed to bed. Gideon Godricson of Gryffindor, Heloise Huffington of Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravencrest of Ravenclaw, and Salazar Silverthorn of Slytherin, one from each house, with no apparent connection besides their sudden mysterious affliction. "It cannot be coincidence," McGonagall murmured. In 4 students, 4 houses. From the shadows of the doorway, a girl with amber eyes and hair like burnished copper observed the scene with quiet intensity. Leonora Ravenheart clutched a worn, leather-bound tome to her chest, heart pounding as pieces of an ancient puzzle began to align in her mind. In the restricted section of the library later that night, Leonora's wand cast a tremulous blue light across yellowed pages as she searched feverishly through genealogical records. The book she'd discovered earlier that day, Hogwarts, Bloodlines and Betrayals, had mentioned a prophecy concerning the Founders' last descendants, a prophecy of renewal, of peril, and of a hidden treasure, the Founders' reliquary. Most students require permission to access these tomes, Miss Ravenheart. The voice, deep and resonant, startled Leonora from her research. Professor Blackwood emerged from between the towering shelves like a spectre, his silver-streaked black hair framing sharp features. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was rumored to have once hunted dark wizards for the ministry before some unnamed tragedy drove him to teaching. Instead of confiscating her contraband book, Blackwood's obsidian eyes studied the open page with sudden intensity. "You've found it, haven't you? The connection." Leonora nodded, pushing the book toward him. "Their names aren't coincidence, Professor. They're the last of the Founders' bloodlines, though none of them know it. And now something's draining their magic, just as the prophecy warned." Blackwood's long fingers traced the elaborate family tree illustrated on the page. When the castle's heart begins to fail," he quoted from memory, "when its foundations weaken and its magic dims, the four shall fall as one, unless the reliquary's scattered pieces are reunited by those who see beyond house colors." Outside the leaded windows, a flash of lightning illuminated the grounds, followed by a rumble of thunder that seemed to echo through the castle's very foundations. Throughout Hogwarts, torches flickered simultaneously, portraits froze mid-conversation, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall momentarily revealed not the stormy sky above, but an unsettling void of absolute nothingness. "The castle is dying," Blackwood whispered. "And we haven't much time." Dawn found Leonora standing before the gargoyle, guarding the headmistress's office, accompanied not only by Professor Blackwood, but also by a tall, aristocratic Slytherin boy whose perpetual sneer barely concealed his brilliant mind. Thorn Grimwald had been summoned by Blackwood against Leonora's vehement objections. "He's insufferable," she had protested. "And cruel." "He is also," Blackwood had replied evenly, "the most gifted student of magical artifacts I have ever taught, and his family's library contains texts even Hogwarts does not possess. We need him." Now, as McGonagall listened to their discovery, the headmistress's office itself seemed to hold its breath. The portraits of former headmasters leaned forward in their frames, and even Fawkes, the phoenix who had returned to Hogwarts after the battle, watched with unblinking golden eyes. "The Founders' reliquary," McGonagall repeated, her Scottish brogue thickening with concern. "I thought it merely legend, a symbolic representation of their united vision." "It's quite real," Thorn interjected, his voice carrying the cultivated drawl of old wizarding money. "And my great-grandfather's journals speak of it, an artifact created by the four founders, containing the essence of their united power. It was divided when they quarreled, each taking a piece imbued with their house's virtue. And hidden within Hogwarts itself," Blackwood added, "protected by trials designed to test those virtues." McGonagall rose from behind her desk, decision crystallizing in her stern features. "You believe finding this reliquary will save our students and Hogwarts itself?" "The prophecy suggests so," Leonora answered, clutching the ancient book. "As the last descendants fall, so too will the castle's magic fade, unless the reliquary is made whole again." Lightning flashed once more, and several silver instruments on the headmistress's shelves ceased spinning, their enchantments failing. "Then we haven't a moment to lose." McGonagall nodded grimly. "Assemble a team, Professor Blackwood, students who exemplify their house's finest qualities. You'll need them all to overcome the Founders' trials." Thus began the quest for the Founder's reliquary. Alongside Leonora and Thorn, Professor Blackwood gathered Marcus Wintershield, a burly seventh-year Gryffindor renowned for his unwavering courage. Ilara Faithful, a gentle but fiercely loyal Hufflepuff with an uncanny talent for finding lost things. And Corvus Nightshade, a brilliant Ravenclaw whose analytical mind could unravel the most complex magical puzzles. Their first challenge emerged from Leonora's research. Gryffindor's fragment lay beneath the Whomping Willow, in a chamber that could only be accessed during the full moon, when the tree's shadow aligned with specific stones placed by Godric himself. As midnight approached, the 5 students and Professor Blackwood stood at the edge of the willow's reach, watching its branches thrash menacingly against the silver-bathed night. Gryffindor valued courage above all, Blackwood reminded them, but not foolhardiness. There will be a way through. It was Marcus who discovered it, not by charging recklessly toward the trunk, but by observing the pattern of the willow's movements. There, he pointed, a 5-second gap when it shifts to the west, if we time it perfectly. One by one they darted forward during those precious seconds until only Thorn remained. But as he prepared to run, the tree's pattern suddenly altered, branches whipping toward him with deadly precision. "Grimwald!" Leonora cried in warning, but the Slytherin had already reacted, dropping to the ground and rolling beneath the lowest branch, emerging on the other side with nothing more than a tear in his expensive robes. "Impressive reflexes, Mr. Grimwald," Blackwood remarked, something like pride coloring his tone. Thorn brushed dirt from his sleeve with affected nonchalance, but Leonora caught the brief flash of genuine pleasure in his grey eyes at the professor's rare praise. The shadow-aligned stones revealed a narrow staircase spiraling into Earth's depths. At its bottom waited their first trial, a chamber filled with identical doors, each bearing Gryffindor's lion crest. "Choose wrongly," read an inscription carved above, "and face your greatest fear." One door led to the fragment, the others to personalized nightmares. It fell to Marcus to make the choice, not through logic or magic, but through the courage to trust his instincts. When he selected a door that appeared slightly more worn than the others, "The true path is never untrodden," he explained. They found themselves in a small circular chamber where a ruby-encrusted golden gauntlet rested upon a plinth. Gryffindor's fragment radiated warm, golden light as Marcus lifted it reverently. One piece recovered, 3 remaining. Hufflepuff's trial proved a test of loyalty in the kitchen's deepest cellars, where they faced a chamber that separated companions, forcing each to rely on faith that others would complete their unseen tasks. Ilara's unwavering trust in her companions, even when magical whispers suggested their betrayal, guided them to a golden cup inlaid with amber stones, Hufflepuff's fragment. Ravenclaw's challenge awaited in the highest tower, accessible only when starlight through specific windows illuminated a hidden doorway. Inside, they faced not a monster or maze, but a single question, inscribed in ancient runes. What knowledge is most valuable? For hours they debated possible answers: truth, wisdom, understanding. It was Leonora who finally realized the question itself was the key. "And the most valuable knowledge," she said softly, "is knowing what you do not know." As she spoke these words, the chamber floor dissolved, revealing a diadem of silver and sapphire, Ravenclaw's fragment, floating above a seemingly bottomless pit. Corvus, with his keen spatial reasoning, devised a levitation chain, allowing them to retrieve it without falling. 3 fragments recovered, 1 remaining. Slytherin's trial awaited in the dungeons, forgotten depths, beyond passages that shifted like serpents, revealing paths only to those who demonstrated true cunning. Here, ancient magic divided them, each facing a mirrored chamber reflecting not their physical selves, but the darkest ambitions of their hearts. Alone among the reflections, Thorn confronted not just ambition, but the weight of family legacy. When the mirror offered him power and redemption for the Grimwald name, his fingers hovered above the shimmering illusion. "Choose," whispered a voice that might have been Salazar's own. "Power or truth?" To everyone's surprise, it was Thorn who rejected power's temptation, shattering his mirror with a spell that revealed a hidden alcove behind it, where a silver locket inlaid with emeralds pulsed with verdant light. Slytherin's fragment. "How did you know?" Leonora asked as they reunited, clutching all 4 fragments. Thorn's customary sneer faltered. "Professor Blackwood once told me that true ambition isn't pursuing power for its own sake, but having the courage to define your own legacy." His eyes flickered to the professor, who watched him with quiet understanding. "My father never understood that. Nor did mine," Blackwood replied softly, and in that moment, Leonora glimpsed the connection between them. Not blood relation, but shared experience of breaking from family expectations. In the Chamber of Alignment beneath the Great Hall, where ley lines converged beneath Hogwarts' foundations, they assembled the fragments upon a central altar. As the pieces drew together, magic ancient and powerful flooded the chamber. The gauntlet, cup, diadem, and locket merged into a single artifact, the Founder's Reliquary, a crystalline orb containing swirling essences of each house's color. But as the reliquary formed, ethereal figures materialized around it, the 4 founders themselves, preserved as echoes within their creation. Their spectral forms revealed a final truth. The rift between them had never been about blood purity, as history recorded, but about something far more profound. The revelation that magic itself was fading from the world, and their disagreement about whether to share magical knowledge with Muggles before it disappeared completely. Salazar didn't hate Muggles, Leonora whispered in astonishment. And he wanted to teach them magic, to save it by spreading it wider, while Godric feared doing so would lead to persecution, Blackwood added, equally amazed. History inverted their positions entirely. The completed reliquary pulsed with renewed power, sending waves of healing magic through the castle's ancient stones. In the infirmary, 4 students simultaneously drew deep breaths as their magical cores stabilized and strengthened. As the Founders' apparitions faded, Rowena's voice lingered last. "The truth is yours to keep or share. Choose wisely." Leonora glanced at her companions, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin united, and at the reliquary that embodied both Hogwarts' past and its possible future. The choice before them now was whether to reveal a truth that would rewrite wizarding history or to protect a world perhaps not ready for such revelation. McGonagall's voice broke their contemplation as she entered the chamber, her face alight with relief. "The students are awakening, and the castle's magic is restored." Her keen eyes took in the reliquary and their solemn expressions. "I suspect you've discovered more than just an artifact." "We've discovered," Thorn replied with unexpected gentleness, "that history is written by those who survive to tell it, not always by those who know the truth." As they ascended from the depths, Hogwarts hummed with renewed vitality around them, its magic flowing strong once more. But now its ancient corridors held one more secret, one that these unlikely allies would have to decide whether the wizarding world was ready to hear. For the true legacy of the Founders was not division, but a question that remained unanswered after 1,000 years. In a world where magic fades, do we guard what remains behind walls of secrecy, or do we throw open the gates and share what might be saved? Story 4. The Black Lake began to boil on the night of the Celestial Conjunction, its dark waters churning with ancient power long dormant beneath the still surface. Students gathered along the shore, their faces illuminated by wands held high as the moonlight, split into 7 distinct rays by the rare alignment of stars, cast an ethereal glow across Hogwarts grounds. At the water's edge, Cassandra Weasley felt the vibrations before anyone else, her bones humming with a resonance that made her teeth ache and her heart race. Something ancient was awakening. When the obsidian surface of the lake cracked like an egg, sending geysers of steam skyward, the gathered crowd stumbled backward, all except Cassandra, whose copper hair whipped about her face as she stood transfixed. From the roiling depths emerged scales, the color of midnight scattered with stars, followed by a serpentine neck that rose higher and higher until it towered over the tallest trees of the forbidden forest. Enormous wings unfurled with a sound like ancient parchment unrolling, spanning nearly half the lake's width. Draconis Astralum. Professor Magnus Drakehart's voice came softly from beside her, though Cassandra had not noticed his approach. The celestial worm, not seen in the mortal realm for over 8 centuries. The dragon's eyes opened, twin nebulae of swirling purple and silver that seemed to contain constellations unknown to human astronomers. When it opened its maw and released a thunderous call that reverberated through stone and bone alike, most witnesses clapped hands over their ears in pain. But Cassandra heard words. The stars align, the pact weakens, the hunters return. Find the 5, restore what was broken. You understand it, don't you? Professor Drakehart's weathered hand gripped her shoulder, his eyes, so dark they appeared almost as black as the dragon's scales, studying her with newfound intensity. The professor of magical creatures had always been kind to Cassandra, appreciating her unusual affinity for understanding non-human languages, but never had he looked at her with such urgent focus. I come to my office when the dragon submerges. Bring no one. As if responding to some unheard command, the celestial worm reared back, releasing a final proclamation that only Cassandra understood before plunging beneath the water, leaving the lake's surface impossibly smooth, as though nothing had disturbed it at all. Professor Drakehart's office resembled a dragon's lair, more than an academic workspace. Artifacts of scale and claw adorned the walls. Ancient tomes bound in materials Cassandra dared not identify filled crooked shelves, and the air smelled of brimstone and herbs. The professor himself stood before a weathered tapestry depicting 4 figures, the founders of Hogwarts, standing alongside magnificent dragons of different species. What few remember, Drakehart began without preamble, is that Hogwarts was not built merely as a school, but as the first of 5 sanctuaries established by the Order of Draconic Harmony, a secret society founded by the 4 greatest wizards of their age. From a hidden compartment within his desk, he withdrew a medallion of intricately wrought silver, a circle containing 4 quadrants, each bearing symbols of the Hogwarts houses surrounding a central dragon that seemed to shift its form as Cassandra watched. The celestial conjunction hasn't occurred since 1186, Drakehart continued. Its appearance tonight confirms what I've feared. The ancient pact between dragons and wizardkind is failing. Dragons are disappearing from their sanctuaries, and if the pact collapses entirely, those that remain will no longer recognize the boundaries that have kept peace for a millennium. What does this have to do with me? Cassandra asked, though the resonance of the dragon's words still hummed within her bones. You're a Dracoglot, a speaker of dragon tongues, the firstborn in over 3 centuries. Drakehart's eyes gleamed in the lamplight. Only you can renew the vows at each sanctuary and restore the failing pact. Before Cassandra could process this revelation, a knock at the office door preceded its opening without invitation. A tall young man with platinum hair and aristocratic features entered, His Slytherin tie loosened at his throat, his expression a careful mask of boredom that didn't quite reach his storm-grey eyes. "You summoned me, Professor." "Rather late for academic." Sebastian Malfoy's voice faltered as his gaze fell upon Cassandra, his carefully cultivated indifference slipping momentarily. "Mr. Malfoy will accompany you," Drakeheart announced, ignoring the immediate protests from both students. His exceptional talent with potions and his unique family background will prove essential. "Absolutely not." Cassandra squared her shoulders. 7 years of carefully navigating Hogwarts hallways to avoid generations of Weasley Malfoy animosity had instilled a practiced wariness. "Whatever this mission is, I'll manage alone." Sebastian's laugh was soft and bitter. "For once, I agree with a Weasley." Professor Drakeheart sighed heavily, retrieving an ancient leather journal from his desk. "Sebastian, your family's grimoire contains formulations no other wizard possesses, potions developed specifically for dragon handling. And Cassandra, without a Dracoglot, the sanctuary's guardians will never permit approach." His expression darkened. "Besides, someone within Hogwarts is helping the dragon hunters. You'll need to watch each other's backs." The medallion in his hand began to glow, its light casting long shadows across the room. "The choice is simple. Work together, or watch as the most ancient and powerful magical creatures in existence either perish or turn against us." Dawn found Cassandra and Sebastian traversing the rain-slick rooftops of Hogwarts East Tower, following Professor Drakeheart to a section of the castle neither had explored in 7 years of magical education. The hidden observatory, accessible only during specific astronomical alignments, contained a massive teleportation circle inscribed with runes that predated modern wizarding languages. "The first sanctuary lies beneath Mount Erebus in Antarctica," Drakeheart explained, activating the circle with his wand. "Once dragons nested on every continent. Now they survive only in the 5 sanctuaries established by the Order." As the teleportation circle began to glow, Drakeheart pressed the medallion into Cassandra's palm. "Trust no one completely," he whispered, his eyes flicking briefly toward Sebastian. "Not until you're certain of their true allegiance." The magical transport felt like being stretched across vast distances while remaining perfectly still. An impossible sensation that left both students gasping when they materialized in a cavern of crystalline blue ice. Heat emanated from somewhere deep below, creating an environment of perpetual twilight as steam rose to meet the frozen ceiling. "Welcome to Glacius Sanctum," Sebastian murmured, his breath visible despite the unusual warmth. "My grandfather's journals described it, though he never found the entrance." Cassandra shot him a suspicious glance. "Why would your grandfather seek a dragon sanctuary?" Sebastian's expression hardened. "Why do Malfoys seek anything? Power, rare ingredients, trophies." His voice dropped to a whisper. "My family's history with dragons isn't something I'm proud of." Before Cassandra could respond, a thunderous crack echoed through the cavern as a jagged fissure appeared in the ice wall before them. From within emerged a dragon unlike any depicted in their textbooks. Scales like polished sapphires, eyes the palest blue of distant glaciers, and wings that appeared carved from translucent ice, yet moved with supple grace. "Who disturbs the slumber of Crystallos, guardian of the southern gate?" The dragon's voice resonated directly in Cassandra's mind, a sensation like icicles forming along her thoughts. Drawing upon courage she hadn't known she possessed, Cassandra stepped forward, raising the medallion. "I come in the name of the Order of Draconic Harmony, to renew the ancient pact." The dragon's massive head lowered, its glacier blue eyes examining her with ancient intelligence. "The renewal requires sacrifice. Dracoglot. Are you prepared for what it will demand? Before she could answer, Sebastian yanked her backward as a spear of ice impaled the ground where she had stood. From a higher ledge, dark-robed figures descended, their faces concealed behind masks fashioned to resemble dragon skulls. "Dragon hunters!" Sebastian hissed, drawing his wand. "They must have followed our magical signature." The battle erupted with chaotic intensity, spells flashing through the crystal cavern, multiplying in power as they reflected off ice surfaces. Sebastian moved with surprising grace, his dueling skills evidently honed beyond standard Hogwarts curriculum. But it was his quick deployment of potions that turned the tide. Vials that exploded into clouds of disorienting smoke or created temporary barriers of impenetrable brambles. As Cassandra defended herself against a particularly aggressive hunter, she glimpsed recognition in Sebastian's eyes as he dueled another. "You know them," she accused, when the hunters retreated deeper into the cavern network, leaving them momentarily alone with the watchful Crystallos. Sebastian's face was a battlefield of emotions. The one leading them, his technique, it was familiar. He hesitated, like dueling my father's ghost. The Malfoy blood runs true, yet diverges from its path, Crystallos observed, startling them both. The prophecy speaks of unlikely allies. Perhaps the stars align in ways even dragons cannot fully comprehend. The dragon lowered its massive head until its eye, larger than a dinner plate, was level with Cassandra's face. To renew the pact at each sanctuary, you must offer something precious. A sacrifice freely given strengthens magic in ways coercion never could. "What must I sacrifice?" Cassandra asked, steeling herself. "A truth you guard closely, shared with one you consider an enemy." Cassandra glanced at Sebastian, understanding dawning with uncomfortable clarity. The dragon wanted her to trust a Malfoy with her most guarded secret, that the Sorting Hat had nearly placed her in Slytherin, that ambition ran as strongly through her veins as courage, that sometimes she wondered if she had chosen Gryffindor merely to please her family rather than honor her true nature. As she whispered this confession, the medallion warmed against her palm. Sebastian's expression shifted from surprise to something more complex, recognition, perhaps even respect. "The hat wanted me in Gryffindor," he offered unexpectedly, his voice barely audible. "I chose Slytherin because disappointing my father seemed more dangerous than disappointing myself." The medallion blazed with blue light as their shared vulnerabilities created a bridge between ancient enemies. Crystallos exhaled a breath of magical frost that enveloped the medallion, causing one quadrant to illuminate permanently. "The Southern Pact is renewed," the dragon announced. 4 sanctuaries remain. Journey next to the Temple of Living Flame in Arabia. But beware, the hunters now know your purpose. The traitor at Hogwarts has revealed much. As they prepared to depart through a portal of ice and light that Crystallos created with ancient magic, Cassandra caught Sebastian studying the journal Professor Drakehart had given them. "What is it?" she asked, noticing his troubled expression. "According to this final prophecy," Sebastian replied quietly, "renewing the 5th and final pact requires the willing heart's last beat offered to the eldest worm." His storm-grey eyes met hers. Someone's heart must stop beating to complete the ritual. The implication hung between them as they stepped through the portal toward their next destination, the first tender shoots of trust, now complicated by the shadow of ultimate sacrifice. Behind them, Crystallos watched with ancient eyes that had witnessed civilizations rise and fall, dragons and humans alike making choices that shaped worlds. "The Dracoglot's destiny approaches," the dragon murmured to the empty chamber. "May she choose wisely when the moment comes to offer her final translation." Story 5. The shadows beneath the ancient trees of the forbidden forest had always whispered, but on the night of the winter solstice, they began to scream. Darkness writhed between gnarled trunks, stretching and twisting into shapes that defied nature's design, as though something primordial had awakened from slumber deep beneath Hogwarts' hallowed grounds. Students slept fitfully that night, plagued by dreams of creeping darkness that devoured the stars one by one, leaving only an endless void, all except Elara Blackwood. In the emerald-tinged darkness of the Slytherin dormitory, Elara sat upright in her four-poster bed, eyes wide but unseeing, as whispers in a tongue older than Hogwarts itself flowed through her mind. Tendrils of shadow caressed her pale fingers like long-time companions greeting an old friend. Where others would have recoiled in terror, she found herself responding to the shadows' beckoning call, silently mouthing words she somehow understood, yet had never learned. Umbra ascendi. Tenebris liberatum. Moonlight filtered through the lake water above the dormitory windows, casting a rippling, ethereal glow across Elara's face. A face marked by the distinctive sharp features of her ancestors, the noble and ancient House of Blackwood, whose bloodline wove secretly back to Salazar Slytherin himself. A lineage she had concealed beneath carefully constructed layers of normalcy, knowing how Hogwarts would view the last descendant of its most controversial founder. But secrets at Hogwarts had a way of unraveling themselves, particularly when ancient magic stirred. Professor Alaric Thorne's chambers in the North Tower sat at the precise intersection of 13 different magical ley lines, creating a nexus of power ideal for containing certain dark artifacts. Shelves lined with grimoires, bound in materials no student was permitted to identify, reached toward vaulted ceilings. Glass cases, housing objects that occasionally moved of their own accord, punctuated the circular room. At its center stood a pedestal, supporting a silver basin filled with swirling liquid shadow, the professor's most recent object of study. "Does it spreading faster than I anticipated?" Thorne murmured, more to himself than to the portraits of ancient warlocks who observed with thinly veiled concern. His angular features, framed by silver-streaked raven hair, contorted in concentration as he traced runes in the air above the basin. The shadows within recoiled from his magic, hissing like serpents. A sharp knock interrupted his work. With a flick of his wand, the basin vanished beneath a concealment charm as the heavy oak door swung open to reveal Headmistress McGonagall, her emerald robes swishing purposefully as she entered. "The forest, Alaric. The centaurs report the ancient binding is failing." Her Scottish brogue thickened with urgency. 3 of their foals have already been affected. "Consumed, you mean," Thorne corrected grimly, reaching for a weathered tome bound in midnight blue leather. The devouring shadow was never meant to be contained forever. Salazar knew that. McGonagall's eyes narrowed at the name. "You believe the rumors, then, that Slytherin himself created this curse?" "Not created," Thorne corrected, fingers tracing the silver-embossed serpent on the book's cover. "Contained." "There's a difference, Minerva, one that history has conveniently forgotten." Before McGonagall could respond, the tower windows rattled as a gust of wind carrying unnatural darkness swept through the grounds below. The shadows in the room deepened momentarily, extinguishing several candles. "It's accelerating," Thorne whispered. "We need to find the lamp of Merlin before the new moon." And he hesitated. "We need the girl." "Miss Blackwood." McGonagall's voice carried quiet resignation. "I had hoped her connection might lie dormant." "Hope is a luxury we no longer possess." Thorne closed the tome with quiet finality. "Fetch her." And perhaps young Lightbringer as well. We'll need them both before this is over. Morning sunlight streamed through the great hall's enchanted ceiling, betraying nothing of the darkness that had plagued the night. Students chattered over breakfast, blissfully oblivious to the shadows that now moved with subtle wrongness along the castle's walls. Ilara picked at her food, dark circles beneath her eyes testifying to her restless night. From the Gryffindor table, Orion Lightbringer watched her with undisguised suspicion. Tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes the color of burnished gold and hair like spun copper, Orion embodied everything his ancient family stood for: bravery, righteousness, and an unwavering suspicion of all things Slytherin. For 7 years, he and Ilara had circled each other in a dance of academic rivalry and mutual wariness, each recognizing in the other a power that matched their own. "She looks terrible," whispered Ilara's friend Lyra beside her. "Lightbringer hasn't taken his eyes off you all morning." "What did you do to offend Gryffindor's golden boy this time?" Ilara's response died on her lips as Professor Thorn appeared beside their table, his expression unreadable. "Miss Blackwood, my office. Now." His gaze shifted past her. "You too, Mr. Lightbringer," he called across the hall, causing heads to turn. Confusion rippled through Ilara as she followed Thorn from the great hall, uncomfortably aware of Orion's footsteps behind her. Neither spoke as they climbed the spiral staircase to the North Tower, tension crackling between them like static before a storm. Inside Thorn's office, the headmistress awaited them, her expression grave. Without preamble, Thorn waved his wand, revealing the silver basin from which whirls of sentient darkness rose and fell, like breathing. "Do you know what this is, Miss Blackwood?" Thorn asked quietly. Ilara stared, transfixed, as the shadows seemed to reach toward her in recognition. I should not, but I do," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's called the Devouring Shadow, an ancient entity that consumes magic itself." Orion stepped forward, his hand instinctively moving to his wand. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because it speaks to her," Thorn answered for Ilara. Just as it spoke to her ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, who sacrificed more than history remembers to contain it. With deliberate movements, the professor retrieved a weathered scroll from a drawer, sealed with 13 different locks. As he unrolled it on his desk, Ilara felt a jolt of recognition. Though she had never seen the handwriting before, something in her blood responded to it. "This is Salazar's original journal," Thorn explained. "Not the sanitized versions in your History of Magic textbooks. It details how he discovered the shadow beneath what would become Hogwarts, an ancient darkness that predated human magic. Contrary to what history records, Salazar didn't leave Hogwarts because of disagreements about Muggle-born students. He left to find a way to permanently contain the shadow after his temporary binding began to fail." "That's convenient revisionism," Orion scoffed, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "Next, you'll tell us he was misunderstood." "Not misunderstood," McGonagall interjected, "misrepresented by those who feared the truth would tarnish Hogwarts' legacy." Thorn traced a diagram on the scroll, an intricate depiction of a lamp engraved with runes. Salazar sought the Lamp of Merlin, an artifact rumored to capture and contain any magic, no matter how ancient or powerful. He found it, but died bringing it back to Hogwarts. The lamp was lost in the catacombs beneath the school, and with his dying breath, Salazar cast a binding spell, imperfect but powerful, to hold the shadow at bay until a time when one of his blood could complete his work. Ilara felt the weight of centuries pressing upon her shoulders. "And you believe that's me?" "The shadows respond to you," Thorn confirmed. just as they did to Salazar. You are the last of his direct line with his affinity for shadow speech. Even if that's true, Orion interrupted, what do you need me for? Thorn's expression darkened. Because, Mr. Lightbringer, the catacombs where the lamp is hidden can only be accessed by descendants of both Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, working in tandem. His gaze shifted meaningfully between the two students. Your families were not always enemies. Indeed, before the shadow came, they were the closest of friends. Stunned silence fell between Ilara and Orion as centuries of family rivalry crumbled beneath the weight of this revelation. You expect us to venture into some forgotten catacombs to find a mythical lamp based on the ravings of Salazar Slytherin? Orion finally asked, incredulity evident in his voice. As if in answer, the castle trembled. Beyond the windows, the edge of the forbidden forest visibly darkened as trees were engulfed in unnatural shadow that devoured their essence, leaving nothing but ashen husks. That, Thorn said quietly, is what happens when the shadow feeds. First the forest, then Hogsmeade, then all of magical Britain as it consumes the very source of our power. His eyes locked with Ilara's. Only you can communicate with it, possibly direct it. And only together can you and Mr. Lightbringer retrieve the one artifact capable of containing it forever. Ilara felt the shadows in the room responding to her rising emotion, curling around her fingers like affectionate cats. For the first time, she didn't fight the connection, instead letting the ancient whispers flow through her mind. What she heard made her blood run cold. It's not just consuming magic, she whispered. It's transforming it. Corrupting it into something else, something older. Primordial magic, Thorn nodded. Raw and chaotic, the kind that shaped worlds before wizards learned to harness it with wands and words. McGonagall straightened her emerald robes with brisk resolve. You have until moonrise. The castle's ancient defenses will hold the shadow at bay that long, but no longer. She fixed them with a stern gaze that brooked no argument. Whether centuries of house rivalry are stronger than your desire to save your school, your friends, and your world remains to be seen. The entrance to the catacombs lay beneath the very stone where legend claimed the four founders had first joined hands to create Hogwarts. Now cracked and worn by centuries of footsteps, the unassuming flagstone in the central courtyard bore no mark of its significance, save for the way shadows pooled unnaturally around its edges, recognizing the threshold to their ancient prison. As dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, Ilara knelt beside the stone, her fingers tracing invisible patterns as she whispered incantations that felt pulled from her very blood. Beside her, Orion stood with wand at the ready, his expression a complicated mixture of distrust and determination. "This is madness," he muttered, though he made no move to leave. "Perhaps," Ilara replied softly, "or perhaps it's the only truth in a history built on convenient lies." Shadows curled around her hand, solidifying into a key of pure darkness. Sometimes, Lightbringer, light blinds as easily as darkness conceals. The stone groaned open, revealing spiraling steps that plunged into Earth's depths. Together, reluctant allies bound by blood more ancient than their enmity, they descended into darkness where shadows writhed with newfound hunger, sensing freedom. What awaited them below was not merely an artifact, but the truth of their intertwined destinies, and the revelation that Salazar's greatest secret had never been hatred for those without magic, but his desperate sacrifice to preserve magic for all. As the last of his blood, Ilara would either fulfill his legacy or watch as shadows consumed the world he had given everything to protect. The lamp awaited, and with it, the choice that would reshape their understanding of not only the past, but of the very essence of magic itself. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets that most students would never hear, but Victor Crone heard them all too clearly, the taunting whispers about the boy who didn't belong. As dawn spilled golden light through the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, Victor's fingers nervously traced the hairline crack running through his cherrywood wand. Unlike the other students' wands, his held no phoenix feather, no dragon heartstring, no unicorn hair. It was merely wood shaped into deception, hollowed and filled with powdered moonstone and crushed fairy wings, clever artifice to maintain his desperate charade. For 16 years, Victor had lived with a truth that would exile him from the wizarding world. He had been born without magic. Yet here he sat at the Ravenclaw table, surrounded by students who could transform teacups into toads and summon objects from across rooms with a mere flick of their wrists. His collection of enchanted trinkets, gifted by his grandmother, the only one who knew his secret, had carried him through 2 years at Hogwarts. A pendant that could levitate small objects, gloves that could temporarily transfigure simple items, boots that allowed short bursts of impossible speed when no one was looking. Professor Nightshade's voice cut through the hall like a knife through parchment. Advanced potions begins in 10 minutes. Do not be late. The defense against the dark arts teacher's eyes seemed to linger on Victor for a heartbeat longer than necessary, sending a chill down his spine. Did Nightshade suspect? Victor gathered his books, including the worn copy of Magical Remedies for Magical Maladies. He'd studied obsessively, desperate to understand what others could feel instinctively. The morning light caught the translucent face of nearly headless Nick as the ghost drifted through a wall. "Good morning, young Ravenclaw," the ghost nodded. "Curious weather we're having. The castle hasn't felt this restless since 1492. Before Victor could respond, the ghost had vanished through another wall, leaving behind only the lingering sensation of cold air. The castle had been restless lately, staircases changing more frequently, doors appearing and disappearing at odd hours, portraits whispering among themselves when they thought students weren't listening. In the dungeons, Professor Slughorn's potions class had already begun arranging ingredients for Draught of Living Death. Victor's workstation, as always, was meticulously organized. His one advantage was preparation. "Bray, today's potion requires exact timing," Slughorn announced, his velvet-clad belly preceding him as he moved between the workstations. "One mistake could result in a sleeping draught so powerful it might send you to the hospital wing for a week." Victor felt a familiar knot of dread. Potions was his best subject precisely because it required no innate magic, only precision and knowledge. But today's assignment required a critical step, a counterclockwise stir with a wand that would activate the potion's magical properties. Beside him, Lysandra Blackthorn, a Slytherin with talent that made professors beam, was already crushing her soporiferous beans with practiced efficiency. Her silver-streaked black hair fell across her face as she worked, hiding eyes the color of storm clouds. "Having trouble, Crone," she whispered, not unkindly. "You look like you're facing a boggart." "Just concentrating," he murmured, focusing on his preparation. If he could just get through the cutting and crushing stages perfectly, perhaps his grandmother's enchanted stirring rod hidden in his sleeve could substitute for the wand activation. The dungeon classroom bubbled with activity as 20 cauldrons simmered simultaneously. Victor added each ingredient with surgical precision, his potion turning the exact shade of lilac described in the textbook. All was proceeding perfectly until the final step. With trembling fingers, Victor slipped the enchanted stirring rod from his sleeve when Peeves the poltergeist burst through the dungeon's ceiling. cackling madly and hurling inkwells at students. Chaos erupted as ink splattered across robes and desks. In the confusion, Victor's hand jerked, and his hollow wand, not the stirring rod, plunged into his cauldron. The reaction was instantaneous and catastrophic. The potion, meeting the powdered moonstone hidden in his fake wand, turned a sickly green. Before Victor could withdraw it, the cauldron shuddered once and exploded, sending emerald droplets across the dungeon. Where each droplet landed, magic simply stopped. Slughorn's hovering magnifying glass crashed to the floor. Lysandra's self-stirring spoon fell lifeless. Even the enchanted flames beneath the cauldrons flickered and died. In the stunned silence that followed, Professor Slughorn stared at Victor with an expression that shifted from shock to dawning comprehension. "Mr. Crone," he said quietly, "Headmistress McGonagall's office." Immediately, the gargoyle guarding the headmistress's office seemed to regard Victor with stone eyes that knew too much. It leapt aside without a password, which Victor took as confirmation that his Hogwarts journey was ending. He expected anger, expulsion, obliviation, perhaps. What he found instead was Professor McGonagall in deep conversation with a wizard he'd never seen before, tall and gaunt with silver-streaked auburn hair and robes embroidered with constellations that actually moved. "Ah, Mr. Crone," McGonagall said, looking up sharply. "Please meet Archmagus Thorn of the Department of Mysteries." The strange wizard studied Victor with eyes that seemed to shift between brown and gold. "Ah, so this is the boy with the broken wand. How very interesting." Victor's legs nearly gave way. "Headmistress, I can explain." "There's no need, Mr. Crone. We've known about your unique situation since before you arrived at Hogwarts." The room seemed to tilt beneath Victor's feet. "You knew?" "Indeed," Archmagus Thorn said, moving closer. "Your acceptance letter was no mistake. Though I must say, your ingenuity in maintaining the charade has exceeded expectations. Enchanted artifacts to simulate magical ability. Quite resourceful." Victor's mind raced. "But why would you allow me to—" "Because of this," McGonagall said, removing an ancient scroll from a hidden compartment in her desk. As she unrolled it, words written in shimmering silver became visible. "When darkness rises from the depths beneath, seek the one who bears magic's absence like a crown. The broken one shall walk where wizards falter, through the veil where power drowns." Thorn's voice was grave. "This prophecy speaks of the Staff of Atlantis, an artifact of immense power, created before the Founder's time. We believe it lies in a place called the Realm Between Realms." "And what does this have to do with me?" Victor asked, though dread was already pooling in his stomach. "This realm," McGonagall explained, "nullifies all magic. No wizard or witch can use their powers there, making it virtually impenetrable. But you, Mr. Crone, you who have learned to navigate our world without magic, you alone might traverse it successfully," Thorn finished. "Dark cultists seek the staff, and they're close to discovering the entrance to the realm. We need someone who can recover it before they do." Victor laughed bitterly. "So you're not expelling me because you need the useless squib for a suicide mission?" McGonagall's expression softened. "No, Mr. Crone. We're asking because what happened in the potions classroom today was no ordinary accident. When your wand entered that potion, it didn't merely ruin a draft, it temporarily negated all magic in its vicinity." "What you experienced," Thorn said, leaning forward, "was the first manifestation of anti-magic, an ability so rare it's been recorded only 3 times in wizarding history. You don't lack magic, Mr. Crone. You possess something far more extraordinary, the power to neutralize magical energy." 2 weeks later, Victor stood at the edge of the Black Lake beside his unlikely companions. Lysandra Blackthorn, whose exceptional magical sensitivity had earned her a place on the mission, and Professor Nightshade, whose knowledge of ancient magical barriers was unparalleled. Both now knew his secret, though neither seemed to view him with the contempt he had feared. "The entrance will appear at midnight," Nightshade explained, consulting a star chart, "when the constellation of Draco aligns with the North Tower." Lysandra handed Victor a leather satchel containing non-magical tools, lockpicks, compasses, flints, maps drawn with normal ink on normal parchment. "Since nothing enchanted will work where we're going," she explained. "Why did you agree to come?" Victor asked her, genuinely puzzled. "So you'll be without your magic." Her storm-grey eyes met his. "Because some answers are worth the risk, and because I'm curious about this anti-magic of yours." As midnight approached, the lake's surface began to shimmer unnaturally. The water parted, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. Victor felt a strange sensation, like static electricity, building beneath his skin. "Remember," Nightshade warned, "once we enter, Lysandra and I will be as magically capable as any muggle. We'll be depending on you, Krona." Victor nodded, clutching his broken wand, no longer a symbol of his deception, but a reminder of his unique gift. As he took the first step downward, a phrase from an old book his grandmother had read him surfaced in his memory. "Sometimes the greatest power lies not in what you can do, but in what cannot be done to you." The water closed above them, and the realm between realms awaited, along with whatever ancient guardians, deadly traps, and dark cultists stood between them and the staff of Atlantis. For the first time in his life, Victor Krona stepped forward, not as an imposter in a magical world, but as exactly the wizard he was meant to be.